All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Mr. Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honours. This is file number KCBC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, everyone. The Specialist Prosecutor's Office today is represented by Prosecutor Cesare Michalczuk, by Line Pedersen, Case Manager, and myself, Silvia D'Ascoli, Associate Prosecutor. Thank you.
Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you and good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, everybody. The participating victims in this case are today represented by Brechtje Vossenberg, my co-counsel, and by myself, Annie Poes, as counsel.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. The defense is represented by Mr. Betim Shala, my co-counsel, Mr. Fatmir Pillai, interpreter and investigator, myself, Julius von Bonnet. In the courtroom is Mr. Mustafa, the accused.
Very well. Thank you. And for the record, you are appearing today in front of trial panel 1. We will hear the testimony of defense witness 700. That is Mr. Bislim Nreci. And we can start right away. Madame Court Usher, can we please usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Nreci. Good morning. Welcome to the Specialist Chambers. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
First of all, how are you?
I'm good.
Thank you. We will start today with your testimony, Mr. Nreci. You are called to testify before the Specialist Chambers in the case of the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salim Mustafa in order to assist the panel to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration, you will ask questions by, to begin with, the lawyer representing Mr. Mustafa. It's on your right-hand side, the lawyers for the prosecution, on your left-hand side in purple, and the victim's counsel near to you. Yeah. And at the end, by the judges of this panel who are sitting in front of you. I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that will be posed to you. Yes, listen carefully. You should listen carefully to each question. If you do not understand, feel free to ask the asking person to re-ask the question. We want you to tell the truth and to tell us what you saw, what you heard, what you experienced, what you sensed. If you found out in some other way, then you should say so and explain how. You may not remember all the details, yes, and there's nothing wrong in that case to say, I don't remember, I don't know, yes. Please answer the questions and do not deviate from what you are asked. I will interrupt you if needed, if you are deviating from what we are discussing. I also remind you that you may object to provide your testimony on issues that might tend to incriminate you pursuant to Rule 151, paragraph 1 of the rules. You have that right. Have you understood all this, Mr. Necci?
Yes.
I would like also to give you some practical advice on your testimony. Everything what we say here is translated and recorded. So it is important to speak into the microphones in front of you, to speak clearly, and to speak at a slow pace. This will allow the interpreters to translate everything. The next thing is also very important. You should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. Yeah? So the best thing to do is that when a question is asked, please count in your head up till 5 and only then give your answer. And I insist on this because it's very important in order for us to properly follow what you are saying. Yes? Because we want to avoid that there will be overlapping translations. If I raise my hand, yeah, then please finish your sentence and stop talking. Sometimes you will be asked to take off your headphones or even be ushered out of the courtroom. And that is the case when something needs to be discussed regarding your testimony and we don't want to influence you. Yeah? And if you have a question, if you need a break or you need anything else, please raise your hand, yeah, and I will give you the floor in order to express what you need. Have you understood all this?
Yes.
Mr. Necci. Another question. Do you speak English?
Yeah.
No.
Now, as we must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false testimony. Have you understood that?
Yes.
Court Usher, could you please assist the witness with this solemn declaration?
Indigestion.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony of Mr. Necci, starting with the questioning by the defense counsel. Defense counsel, you have estimated 2 hours. It's Mr. Shala. You have estimated 2 hours for your questioning of this witness. And as usual, please inform the panel of any changes in this regard for planning purposes. Yes? Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Microphone for the counsel, please.
Mirëmëngjesi, zoti i dëshmitar.
Good morning, Mr. Witness. Good morning. Mr. Witness, where do you live now? We live in Barilev village, which is part of Pristina municipality. Even though about 23 years have passed, do you remember where you used to live during the war in Kosovo? Answer, yes, in the same village where we live now.
Do të doja
Question, I'd like to discuss together the war period and specifically the period March-April of 1999.
gjatë periudhës së
Question, during March-April of 1999, Do you recall what the security situation was like in the village you lived in, that is Barilev? Answer, yes, I do. Because at that time and before that time, it was a bad situation.
Around.
And the war arrived where we lived. It was a very difficult situation for us. Microphone, please. Question.
Both defense counsel and the witness to wait after the question for you, and also when the question has been answered, to wait a moment to pose the next question. Yeah, that will help us to follow better.
Question. In terms of population, do you remember what the population, how large the population was? That is, what was the number of the population? Answer. Its residents were about 4,500 or so. And fortunately, people were not displaced from there then.
Po në fshatin e juja ka pas
Question. In your village, were there KLA soldiers who operated and lived in that village? Answer, yes, there were.
a mund ta dini
Question. Can you tell us approximately what their number was? Answer. Initially, the number was small, like everywhere else, and then gradually it grew up. So, in the period you are asking me about, we were about 30 people.
kur thua kemi qenë, a do të thotë kjo që edhe ju
When you say we were, do you mean by that that you too were a soldier of the KLA? Answer, yes, correct. And I'm very proud of that. I take pride in this fact that I was able to help the population and my country. Question. You said 30 soldiers. Do you mean to say that you were a unit, or did you have any name, this group of soldiers? Answer. I need more time to explain, Your Honor, if you allow me. Because it was a voluntary army, it was not a regular army which is compulsory to join. We were a voluntary army, but at the same time we were a humanitarian army. I say voluntary, not compulsory, because as you know, this military service is compulsory for other big states. They have the facilities, they have the military uniforms and armaments. We didn't have any of them. Therefore, I say we were a humanitarian army and we used the weapons we had bought ourselves.
Were you a unit, and did you have a name? And I allowed you to elaborate a little bit, but this is for the moment not going to the answer. So for next time, give an answer to the question. If you want to have clarification, we will ask you. Yeah? So please answer the question if you were in a unit and if that unit had a specific name.
Not ko.
At that time, there was a group composed of 20 soldiers, and then every day the number grew up. And by the end of April or middle of April, we were called Barilev Unit after the name of the village.
njësia e Barilevës në kuadër
Question, this Barilev unit, was it part of some brigade? Answer, yes. Part of what brigade it was? Answer, part of Brigade 153.
Can you see
Question, did it have its commander, its leader? Answer, yes. Question, earlier you said that the unit was composed of voluntaries, citizens and inhabitants of Barilev village. Was the commander of this unit from that village or from some other village? Answer, no, he was not from that village, because geographically speaking, where our unit and the Brigade 153 operated is far geographically.
pyetja ime ishte
Question. My question was, the unit commander, was he from Barilev village? Answer, no. Question, which village was he from? Answer, you mean about the brigade or the unit? The unit. Answer, I understood. He was from Dardisht village. Obilich municipality, now it's called Kastriot municipality. Question. Who appointed him as a commander, do you remember, of this unit in Barilev village? Answer, we didn't inquire into that, because we were not able to do that. We just operated there and we didn't have to ask about that.
You personally
Question, did you personally live all the time during the war in Barilev village? Answer, yes.
I have a question for now, because it remains for me not clear. You have not asked it, but I think we need to I want to ask it now. Who was the commander of this unit?
Yusuf.
The commander was Yusuf Shalaku.
Yeah, thank you.
Question, you said that you left in Barileva during all the wartime, meaning that you never left the village. Is that so? No, we didn't leave the village, but we were obliged to move from one place to another, because Barilev comprises many neighborhoods, so you could move from one neighborhood to another and not remain all the time in the same neighborhood. Question, what was the reason you had to move from the village, from the neighborhood where you lived? Answer, there were two reasons for that. First, for security reason. That is our security and especially of the population, in order for not to be identified as soldiers that we were in their midst. Second, there was a neighborhood of Verbovs, which is very close to Vrani Dol, linking Golak, and we had to move some people from the Lap area where they live. You have to pass the railway and the river to go to Golak. So these were the two reasons that we remained for weeks, for hours in that neighborhood. Question, you said you had to transfer the population from one part to another. Did you help as soldiers to realize this move of the people? Who helped to make that? Answer, we did. Question: does it mean that one of your tasks as soldiers was to help population move from one part of Kosovo to another, or from one area or part of the same area to another? Answer: yes, indeed, because we also had observers who were stationed at the highest points from where they could follow the movements of Serb military and paramilitary units to prevent them causing any harm to the population. So those who wanted to move towards the east or the other way around, we kept them there, and when evening fell, we sent them out in a column, escorting them, because, as I said, the Serb forces were situated very close to us, and in order to protect the people, we helped them pass where they wanted to go. In 2 months, we had only one victim. So politicians, ordinary people, women, children, elderly people passed there. Sometimes even dead people could be transported.
Număr ca bările
Question: what was the reason for the population to keep moving from one part to another? Answer: there were many reasons for that. One was after the 25th of March, the Serb forces became very aggressive. Our foodstuffs were reduced, clothing too. I'm talking about the population. So they were obliged to move, because Lap comprises the place where we are to Podujev, an area of 27 kilometers to go from one place to another, from one corner to another. So to go to Pristina, you had to pass through there.
Për kjo pjesë e populatës nga
Question: that part of the population, the way I understand it, was like a crossroads. From Pristina, did it take you to another part of Kosovo? Answer: from Pristina, you could go to Podujev, we call it Lap. Or from Lap to go to Pristina, go through Gulag and go to Pristina. You cannot come there from Drenica. It may happen, but not usually.
data 20
Question: you mentioned the date of 25th of March, the time when the Serb police and army became more aggressive. Why did you mention the date of 25th of March precisely? Answer: because it's a day that we will never forget until we die, and we are very thankful to NATO for the 24th of March, because it supported us so much, and we are here where we are today thanks to that.
Ka ndodhur me 24 mars?
Question: what happened on the 24th of March that you are so thankful to NATO for that? Answer: as the Liberation Army of Kosovo, we won a great friend with wonderful equipment and armaments, which bombed Serbia from the air.
Gjatë periudhës mars-prill të
Question: during March, April of 99, in the territory of Barilev village, other than what you said, there was only one victim died or killed. Were there other persons who were killed during that period? Answer: yes, 11 were killed.
11
Question: these 11 persons were killed in the fighting, or
ask an open question. Don't give the answer. How did these persons die? And then he can say in the war or in fighting or whatever. Yeah.
Question. How did these persons die? In what way did they die? Answer. 8 of them were unarmed, were civilians. They were killed on the way. They were where they were going from one village to another, but they happened to be killed in Barilev. 3 were soldiers. One of them was professor. He was killed on the 20th of March. Salim Berisha is his name. And 2 others, one was killed in Panuk of Poduyev. He was a member of our unit, and the other in the village. Question, do you recall the period when these 2 soldiers were killed? Answer, for the later, I remember, because it was the 18th of May, and we pay a visit to his family every year. He was a squad commander of a unit of 153 Brigade. The second, Veton Ibrahimi, I don't recall the exact date, but it happened between the 20th of March to the 19th of May, but I regret to say I don't remember the exact day. Question, you said that you fled from the neighborhood where you were living and went to another part. Do you remember when it happened? Answer, I don't remember the exact date because, as I said, we went to Lumnitsa neighborhood, which is close to Verbov's neighborhood, and that's where we had our observation unit, because we were more geographically close to 151 Brigade than the 153rd, even though we were part of the later. But geographically and physically, we operated in the territory of 151st Brigade. That's why we were ordered to move from one to the other, these 2 neighborhoods, Lumnitsa for observation because it's high. From there you could see Vustri, Pristina and Poduyev. Whereas Verbov's neighborhood was very adequate to transport people from Gulag to Lab and vice versa. Question, these 2 persons that were killed, do you know their names? Other than the professor that you mentioned. Answer, yes. Question, what were their names? Answer, Nechmi Lumnitsa, called Johnny. He was killed on the 18th of May, 1999. And Veton Ibrahimi, as I said, for whom, as I said, I regret to say I don't remember the date when he was killed. Your Honor, I would like to show this witness the statement he gave to the defense of Salim Mustafa in order to help him recall an event which he touched upon during the statement.
Defense counsel.
Thank you. Court officer, I kindly ask you to put on the screen this 00056 to 00067 document.
Deklarata në gjuhën angleze.
The statement is in English and document DSM 00716 hyphen 00626 in Albanian.
Të paraqitni faqen 5.
Page 5 in Albanian.
Dhe partu
And also page 5 in English.
Zoti dëshmitar.
Question. Mr. Witness, during your interview with the defense counsel for Salih Mustafa of 22nd of March 2021, in addition to the two persons you mentioned today, during your statement, you mentioned two other persons. When asked by the counsel who these two persons who died that day were, you said Bedri Kurti, and the second one is someone with the last name Kachiu. I do not know his name because he was by origin from another village. Do you remember giving this statement that day? Answer, yes. However, a small intervention. It's not the 22nd of March. It's not a question. Mr. Witness, I did not mention the date. I mentioned these two persons. Did you mention these two persons with name, last name? Answer, yes, I did. Question, is it true that these two persons died in Barilev? Namely, what happened? How come you mentioned these two persons? Answer, these two persons died on the 12th of April in the neighborhood of Barilev, that is in Berbovs, where we were staying, at around 1830, according to the observers who informed us, the Serb forces were approaching the neighborhood. So we swiftly mobilized ourselves, removed the population from that neighborhood. There were not many in number, maybe 200, 300 people. All of them left until they arrived, which was about 10 minutes. So we moved the population and then faced the Serbian forces. When I say we, I mean the soldiers of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Question, these two persons, were they members of the KLA, Kosovo Liberation Army? Answer, no. These two persons, we don't know exactly now, they're dead, and there's nobody to tell us what precisely happened. But according to some children who happened to be there, they were kidnapped and brought to the neighborhood. So when we faced the forces in retaliation, while they were withdrawing, they killed these two persons and lightly injured an elderly person. Question, thank you. You mentioned the 22nd of March before you answered my question. Why did you mention this date? 22nd of April, I apologize. Answer, I had nothing to say, but I just misunderstood it. It's the 12th of April. Maybe in my first statement given to the council, there was a mixture. I was mixed up with the dates. And it was later corrected to 12 April from the 22nd.
Çka kam paraqit?
Question, the photographs, what do they represent? Before you go ahead with your answer, how many photographs are there? Answer, there are two. Question, and what is in those photographs?
I don't see any photographs.
I'm just first asking, after that I'm going to show the picture.
Yes, but we don't know about what photographs we are talking. You didn't introduce them at all.
He is speaking about the photographs. He is speaking about that the defense team in that time made that two pictures of the grave. And based on that, we came to that date of 20 April 1999.
But I'm looking at the transcript. Maybe you can indicate where he talks about the photographs.
Your Honor, excuse me.
Please,
the-
Madam Prosecutor, you
Yes,
have the floor.
I know where the defense counsel is going, as of course the panel knows too, but this has not been elicited yet, so it's not in the record.
Yes, no, but that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's a doubt about that.
I got information that the defendant mentioned
The witness, I hope.
the witness, sorry, mentioned the photographs. He mentioned before, but it is not in transcript.
Yeah, but it's not in the transcript, so we have to go back to the transcript, or you should ask a question, because for now, I don't know about it. So if your colleague can indicate where there is a problem with the translation, we can go back to that question and try to see what is not in the transcript and should have been in the transcript.
No.
Interpreters note and apologize, they did not hear that part.
Madam Interpreter, yes. Or you can ask a question, an open question, and we can discuss it now. But for now, it's.
Okay. Zoti dëshmitar.
Question, Mr. Witness. You mentioned 22nd of April and 12th of April. What is the significance of these two dates that you mentioned? Answer. Each of them has its significance. On the 12th of April, we were attacked in the neighborhood of Barilev, and we have two victims and one person lightly injured, whereas the 22nd of April, there were no Serbian forces nearby, but they came back on the 22nd and they blocked the two roads, or the only road that we had at our disposal to move the population from one part to another. And we remained in a very bad position. Question. Madam Presiding Judge, I would like to first show the witness the statement he gave to the defense in order to refresh his memory on what he stated there. It's connected to the 12th April and 22nd of April as dates and these two photographs.
For the record, on page 14, the Albanian ERN number of the statement of the witness was mentioned, but in the transcript the numbers are 00626, but it should be 00726. So.
In Albanian, yes.
Yes, and just to put it on record, so
No.
there's no misunderstanding. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Zoti oficeri gjykatës, ju lutem.
Court officer, could we please have DSM 00717
Me
00734 in the document in the Albanian language, and DSM 00068 200075, the document in the English language. Correction, the first number should read DSM 00727 for the Albanian version of the document. It's the second page in the Albanian document.
Dhe po ashtu faqja e dytë e dokumentit në gjuhën angleze.
And also page 2 in the English version.
Faleminderit.
Thank you.
Zoti dëshmitar, a ju kujtohet
Mr. Witness, after you gave a statement to the defense counsel for Mr. Salih Mustafa, do you remember giving a statement another time to the defense counsel? Answer, I did not give a statement, but we made a small change. I would like to thank the council for bringing the reality out. We have forgotten the dates. Long time has passed. As I said, I mixed the 22nd of April with the 12th of April. We clarified this during that occasion because the date on the photograph on the grave helped us clarify the date.
që nuk ke dhënë deklarat, po vetëm kemi ndryshuar.
Question, when you're saying it was not a statement, we just made some changes. These changes, were they in writing, or was anything in writing provided to you about the conversation you had that day? Answer, I believe so. Question: the photographs that you mentioned, what do they show? What do they represent? Answer: the date of birth of the late person and the date when that person was killed. Question: did you see those photographs? Answer: yes. Bedri's yes, but also the one of Necmi Kaçir, whose name I learned later. Question: Your Honor.
To the witness.
Thank you.
Court officer, you could now remove these documents from the screen. I would like to put up two documents, respectively the two photographs that the witness mentioned.
Fajn derit. Zoti oficeri gjykatës.
Thank you. Court officer, could you please put on the screen document DSM 00074. And document DSM 00075. These documents are attached to the statement of 19th of April 2021, the statement of this witness, Bislim Netzi. Mr. Witness, can you see the two photographs on your screen before you? Answer: yes. Question: are these the two photographs that the defense counsel presented you, showed you, on the day he invited you to supplement your statement? Answer: yes. Question: now, can you tell us why the first time when you gave your statement you mentioned the 22nd of April as the day when these two persons were killed, when in reality these persons were killed earlier? Answer: Your Honor, I don't think this is a major mistake because 23 years have passed, and at the time when these tombstones were made by their family members, that is of Bedri Kurti and Necmi Kaçir, there were 8 months apart, and there is a change in date. So there is 5 or 6 months in between when these two stones were put. And that's why there is a change in the date. But these two persons were killed almost at the same time. Maybe one was killed a minute earlier, the other one 1 minute later, or maybe at the same time. But on the stone, you can see a different date. At one, Bedri's is 12 and Necmi's is 11th. So that's why I'm saying this mistake I made with the date was not on purpose or intentional. It was just due to the time that has passed. Question: do you know or do you remember, after the killing of these two persons, were their bodies taken by their family members and buried? And if so, where were they buried? Answer: yes, I remember that. These two bodies were retrieved by KLA soldiers in the evening and were sent to Kozarit's village as a calmer location. That's where they were buried. When the war ended, they were reburied in their birthplace.
Defense counsel, could you take off your headphones, Mr. Witness? Thank you. Defense counsel, did we get an answer to the question? Can you tell us why the first time when you gave your statement you mentioned the 22nd? What is the answer? What's the clarification of the explanation of the witness to this question? Is it summarizing that he just mixed up? For me, it's not clear yet, because he referred to 2 different dates on the graves, but I didn't hear a clarification. And if you heard it, then I would like to hear it from you what the clarification was, and if not, we should continue to clarify with the witness.
Of course, Your Honor, the issue why the witness mentioned 2 dates was that he forgot the dates, but that the family members also forgot the dates because of the long time that has passed. But we will clarify this issue.
The witness said, I believe 2 times, that he mixed up the dates. So that was his answer.
But I would like to know why he mixed up, because that he mixed up, that is clear for all of us, but I would like to understand better why.
Yeah, no, so just a suggestion that if the defense counsel is answering the panel, if he can do it in English, because if he's doing it in Albanian, the witness will understand, of course. Even without headphones, it's audible.
Of course. Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. So, can we clarify? So we know that he mixed up, but we would like to know why.
Question, Mr. Witness. You stated that Mr. Witness, you stated that when you gave your statement, you, in a way, mixed up the dates when these 2 persons were killed. On the first occasion, you gave the 22nd of April as a date, whereas when the defense lawyer showed you the photographs of the tombs of these 2 persons and the tombstones, which contain their birth dates and the date when they died. Can you please tell us, at the time when you gave your statement, first statement, why did you mix up these 2 dates? That is, why did you think that this happened on the 22nd of April? Answer: 12th or 22nd, I don't know exactly why. We had victims on a daily basis, and these two were killed on the day we were attacked. We threw the bodies, we buried them ourselves. Now, why the dates 12th and 22nd were mixed up, I don't have any reason or explanation as to why.
Find it.
Question. Thank you. Court officer, you can now remove the two documents from the screen, please.
Gjatë kohës së luftimit
Question. During the fightings in Barilev village with the Serbian police and army, was it only the Barilev unit that took part in those fightings, or did you have assistance, or were you assisted by another unit? Answer, no, we did not receive assistance from other units because we did not have assistance from other units because we were the soldiers of this village who helped other units with soldiers. So it was only us, the men of Barilev.
pasi që në atë pjesë
Question. Since in that part of Kosovo, that is in Barileva village area, there was a great movement of people, was there also a movement of KLA soldiers? Answer, yes, there was. Question. Approximately in numbers. Can you tell us in what numbers they moved and which roads did they usually use? Answer. It is difficult to put it in number because we don't have records. However, every night there was movement from Golak to Lap and from Lap to Golak, because they would go to help other units. The battles were longer and more severe in the Lap area. So every second or third day, a group of soldiers would come back and would be replaced with other soldiers who were fresher and rested. So that's why I'm saying there was movement on a daily basis. The population also would gather during the day in one part, and then in the night would move to the other part. Question. You mentioned the Golak area and the Lap area. Were there any other routes available to take you from Golak to the Lap area? Answer. At the time there wasn't, because there was a narrow part there. If you go just 1 kilometer towards Podujev, from there the area is broad. So this narrow part where the road, the asphalt road, the railroad, and the river passes was mainly used.
Ashtu si që spjegoni ju,
question, as you are explaining it, it seems that this part near Barilev village was sort of a junction, a sort of a main passage. The Serbian police and army.
Can you take off your headphones, Mr. Witness? For me, it's not clear the conclusion you suggest to the witness that near Barilev village was a sort of junction or a main passage. Where do you base that on?
The witness mentioned that the only route, after I made the question from a region of Golak area to go in Golak in Lap area, and he stated that it was only the route in that time that can be used to go from that region to other region.
Yes, okay. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, can you put this on?
Question, Mr. Witness, do you want me to repeat the question or you can answer it when I ask you whether the Serbian police and army were stationed there or whether they control the part? Answer, they were, of course, but there were 3 or 4 houses in the hinterland of the village, not in that passage, narrow passage that I mentioned. So we observed those places 24 hours. And as I said earlier, people gathered in Verbov's neighborhood during the day and passed during the night, because during the night they couldn't follow us moving and accompanying the population being armed. So we didn't want to be found keep bearing arms. So it was a very important junction for these 2 areas of Kosovo, that is Golak and Lap, because we carried also foodstuffs. We didn't transport only people, we used tractors, horses, and so on. So to carry food from one place to another. It was a main artery, I would say, for these 2 zones. That's why I remember the date of 22nd, because they closed that path. It was like leaving us without air in a way. Question. You said that the KLA soldiers also used this route. Was that the case with them the same as with the civilian population? Answer, yes, of course. Because when we got orders from our leaders, we were told to make sure not to be discovered by the enemy forces, that we are armed and near the population, and that we should be wary of any provocation, because they might take revenge against the population. That's why they gathered during the day, both in Barilev and Golak, in the neighborhood called Vranidol, and when darkness fell, they moved.
You personally
Question. During this period of time, Did you personally help people pass from Lab to Gulag area? Answer yes. Question. During this trip, let's say, what were the villages you passed through? Answer. We didn't have any major reason to go to different villages. I mean, as soldiers, we had to return to to the place where we stayed. It's Barilev, it's the river, it's the railway, and the road, and the Veranidolville area. Maybe we passed once or twice and went to other villages, but otherwise we stayed there.
Po gjatë kësaj periudhe kohore,
Question. During this time period, did it happen that some leader or commander of the KLA passed from one region, one area to another in Kosovo? So from Gulag, for example, to Lap.
Yes, sir.
Answer yes, of course.
Ka pas edhe
Yes, there were. From children, women, elderly, wounded, there were soldiers, leaders, politicians, journalists. So a large number of people from various walks of life passed through there.
po gjatë kësaj periudhe
Question. During this time, when you are saying that there was such a large number of people that moved about that area, did it ever happen that the Serbian police and army noticed such movements? Answer. If it were in the day, yes, but not at night, because there are many trees. The place is dense with trees, and that's why we use that narrow passage to pass through. The observers were very active, and if they moved, it happened that we might have canceled some movement if we had information that it wasn't safe to move. If they told us that there are no enemy moves, then we moved freely, not freely in the real sense of the word, because the fear was very great, but still we moved without having any casualties.
të rinë,
Question. If these people had to stay there, to spend the night there, where did they spend the night? Answer. In the houses of Verbov's neighborhood and Veranidol neighborhood. There they were provided with food, water. In Veranidol, in fact, there was also a doctor and a nurse. Question. Were there KLA soldiers who stayed there, who spent the night there? Yes, of course, yes. But they didn't stay together with the civilian population. There was a house that was offered to us, where we call it Oda. That's where we stayed and had our food until the evening, and then prepared for undertaking the next trip. But not with civilians, never with civilians, because we were armed. We were not uniformed. We didn't have uniforms. Some might have some vest, gray or other color, or some pants, trousers in the same color, but we didn't wear military uniform for fear of being detected by the enemy, because in this way we might endanger the population, because we ourselves had to defy the danger.
pas
Question, since you said you didn't have uniforms, did you have any emblem or any insignia whereby you could be known as a KLA soldier? Answer, no. Because by that insignia, we still would be detected by the enemy forces. For us, it was important to assist the population. There was a large number, as I said, about 95% of them we didn't know, nor they did know us. There were some lads who helped us. Thank you for that. Question, this room, Oda, in Albania, in what part of the village is it found? Answer, in Barilev, in Verbov's neighborhood. Question, so only the KLA soldiers stayed in that room, or Oda? Answer, yes. Question, Mr. Witness, you mentioned the Oda, the room where the soldiers of the KLA stayed. What is the Oda used for? Why is the Oda built in villages? Answer, I don't know exactly why, but I know that it is built for men to stay in there, separate from women. They stay there, they discuss. Odas in Kosovo were used specifically for that, for men to stay, talk among themselves, eat, and so on. That room was called Oda. It was of a greater size than the usual rooms. That's why it was called Oda. Question, you said that Mr. Yusuf Sharaku was the commander of your unit. Do you know who he reported to and where he took orders from, this commander? Answer, frankly speaking, we were not concerned as to who he was reporting and taking orders. From the beginning, we addressed one another as commander. Where are you, commander? How are you, commander? Where are you, commander? Going. Not in the bad sense, but just like that. Because since it was a voluntary army, it didn't have any regular structure, any administrative office to keep records. So we were not interested in that. We just knew that he was who he was. He visited us, he came to us, asked us, have you dealt with many people? Do you have any problems? And so on, things like that.
Defense Counsel, I would like to ask a question to the witness. Do I understand you well that everybody would be a commander? So everybody would call everybody a commander? I'm just trying to imagine how that works. But could you confirm that? Because you just said we addressed one another as commander. So everybody was a commander?
Answer. I am not so very clear in what way this word has commander, but it is true that we addressed one another as commander. Even now, today, where are you, commander? Shall we have a coffee or? Just like that, you know.
Po saktë
When it came to Yusuf, and we called him Tsuf, we addressed him also as commander. How are you, commander? What's up, commander? That's it.
Please proceed.
Në atë kohë,
Question. Did you know how the KLA was organized in the part of Lap and Golak area?
po edhe të neve ka qenë
Answer. Like everywhere else in Kosovo, meaning that because of the violence, reprisals, and so great, these things came to us too a little bit later than in Dukajin and Renis, and so that made that violence and so on made us take up arms and defend the population and the homeland.
njësisë,
Question: other than your unit, was there any other unit by another name in the context of the Liberation Army of Kosovo? Answer: you mean in Barilev? Question: in Barilev and Lap. Golak and Lap, sorry. Answer: in Golak and Lap, there were the brigades, maybe units, but I have not very accurate information about that. In Golak, there was the brigade that was, but we refer to it as guerrilla because it operated in the form of guerrilla with less people. That's why it was called guerrilla. When it was necessary to intervene, a small number of people went to help.
a keni ditë ju ku ka qenë shtabi?
Did you know where the headquarters were for LAP area? In what place? Yes, I knew. The LAP staff moved. It went to Lapashtic, to Mayac, later it went to Golak, so it didn't have a specific place, stable place, and stayed there until the end of the war. It moved.
A ka ndodhur që të
Question: did you personally happen to go from Barilev to Lapashtic or Mayac to the headquarters or staff? Answer: yes, I did. Question: in the capacity of civilian or soldier you went there? Answer: in the capacity of a soldier.
ka qenë
Question: why did you go? What was the reason why you went?
arsyeja shumë
Answer: it might seem ridiculous to you, the reason. Salim Mustafa passed there together with Yusuf Shalaku, and they had a car, a Golf 2, that was like a four-wheel vehicle, and we found it very interesting. We felt important and strong having such a vehicle, and I was curious and asked them to take them with me, that is, allow me to drive that car. They laughed and gave me that opportunity to drive them.
A ka qenë i vetmi rast kur keni shku?
Question, was that the only occasion that you went from Barilev to Lapashtis during this period?
Pojgat.
Answer, yes, the only one time.
Sorry, may I? May I? Okay.
Question, Mr. Witness, when you went to the staff, where was it located? In what village? Answer, in my arts. In my arts.
In Lapashtica kini qenë?
Question, were you ever in Lapashtic? Answer, at other times, yes.
Sa larg është
Question, how far is Lapashtic from Barile village? Answer, it is quite far. I would say 13 or 40 kilometers away, or maybe 20.
zonja kryetare, do të dëshiroja ta
Your Honor, I'd like to show the map of Pristina region, namely Lap area, which shows Barilev village and Lapashtic village. Upper Lapashtic.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Këti oficeri i gjykatës ju
Please, court officer, could you
që të para
show document DSM 00067 on the screen, which is also attached to the statement, the first part of the statement of the witness.
Zoti dëshmit
Question, Mr. Witness. Can you see the map in front of you on the screen? Answer yes. Question, what is written on the lower part and the date? Is it your writing? Yes. Question, in the map we see a circle with number 1. What does it stand for? Answer, it shows the Barile village. Question, and there is another circle above which has number 2 there written on it. Answer, it represents Lapashtice Eperme, that is upper Lapashtice village.
Lapashtica e përme
Question, upper Lapashtice, is it the same with the Lapashtice village?
Kur nuk e kom
Answer, I never knew it. I thought that it is one and the same Lapashtice. Only when I saw it on the map I found out that there were 2. But I don't know.
Në këtë llapashtic
Question, in this upper Lapashtis, was it where the staff was located? Of the lab operational zone, I mean? Answer, yes, Rustem Mustafa Albayt Commander Rami was there with his staff and his officers.
Defense Counsel, we are approaching 11 o'clock. I just would like to remind you of that.
I'm going to finish with this part.
Very well.
Your Honor, I would like to show another document on the screen. Again, a map which shows the other village mentioned by the witness where the staff of the operational zone was located.
Get it?
Thank you. Question. Oh, sorry. Your court, please, court officer, can you show document DSM 00066?
Zoti dëshmitar, a jeni duke
Question, Mr. Witness, can you see the map in front of you? And on the upper part, you see me, a P and 2, Roman 2. Answer yes. In the lower part, we see your name, last name. We see a name, last name, and a date. Is it your name and your signature? Answer yes.
pasi që pare
Question. Before you told us that the operational zone staff moved from La Pastis to Mayaz village, can you see where Mayaz village is situated on this map? And how is it marked?
po është
Answer yes. It's a circle in red with the letter B.
ja mund të na tregoni çka
Question. Can you tell us what the other circles mean, beginning from number 1 to number 7?
Po këtë duke
Answer. Beginning from Barilev, where we were, there is Ranidol village very close to us. Number 2, 3 is Rimanisht village, which is not very far from Ranidol. Next to it is Mr. Witness. You mentioned Barilev with number 1, Ranidol with number 2, Rimanisht with number 3. These three villages, are they part of the same region?
ai përkasin
Are they part of Lap area or Golak area? Officially speaking, in official documents and in cadastral, they are part of the same area, but we used to call them, and even now call them, beginning from 2, Vranidol, and above, we refer to them as Golak. I don't know why it's called Golak, but in the cadastral registries, all these are part of Pristina municipality. Thank you.
Defense Counsel, the witness said we call them, and even now we call them beginning from 2, Vranidol and above, we refer to them as Golak. I would like to know what the witness means with that, with and above, because that above the higher numbers on the map.
Question, Mr. Witness, when you describe that beginning from Vranidol, Rimanisha and above, this is part of Golak. What do you mean by above? Answer. I mean that there are many villages as part of Golak. For example, Lab has 70 villages. Golak too has many villages. I don't know the number, but I know that there are many numbers as part of Golak. But this is marked until number 6 here.
Rimanishte, is that Lab or Golak?
Io
Answer. In the part that we refer, in the name that we used to say before as Golak and even now, it's part of Golak.
Okay. And if I understand you right, or maybe I can ask you, Mayaj, that would be what? What region?
e kuptova. Është
Mayats is situated in the Lap zone.
Please proceed, Defense Counsel, although maybe it's better
No,
not to proceed.
I think now is good time to have a break.
Very well. Mr. Witness, we will have a break for half an hour till 11:30. Madame Court Usher will usher you out and we see you back in a while. Thank you.
Ndërsa juve.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have been using 1 hour and 20 minutes, so we will continue after the break. Could you give an indication to the panel how long you think you will be needing?
Maybe 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Very well. We will adjourn now till a little bit over 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
I see we are in the same composition as before, so that is noted for the record. We can continue with the witness, Madame Kort. Oh, sure. No, there is a question of the defense counsel.
Your Honor, before we continue with the witness, I just want to mention, because in page 32, line 4, in transcript, when the witness is mentioning the distance between Barileva and La Pashtica, as I heard the witness, he didn't say 30 or 40 kilometers, he said 13 or 14. So I'm going, if we are not sure about that, I'm going to ask again the witness, or maybe translator can check and...
I would propose that you ask again.
Okay.
To be honest, I wrote down in my notes 13 and 14. So what you said. So let us re-ask, and then after that we can always decide to ask the translators to do an extra note. But I would say for now we can clarify in this way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madame Kortesser. Very well. Welcome back, Mr. Witness. I now give the floor again to the Defense Counsel to continue with the questioning. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Question, Mr. Witness. Earlier, I asked you a question regarding the distance between Barilev village and La Pashtic village. Could you please tell us once again what is the distance between these two villages? Answer, Your Honor. It is a problem to describe. We use that road, but mainly in the evening in different weather conditions, rainy, snowy. It can be 100 kilometers, but in a line, I wouldn't know exactly. But it should be it should be 10 to 15 kilometers for sure.
Fine, get it.
Question, thank you.
Zotit dëshmitar, sot
Mr. Witness, during the first session, page 31, line 40, You mentioned Salih Mustafa, who passed through there together with Yusuf Shalaku.
I need to check now.
No,
sorry.
you say through there.
A mund të na tregoni kur
Question, can you please tell us when you say passed there, where did you mean? Which location? Answer, he passed from Vranidol village. I don't know where they were coming from, but to come to Barilevo, they had to pass through that neighborhood, Vranidol.
a ka qenë i vetmi rast
Question, was that the only occasion when you saw Salih Mustafa in Barilev? Answer, no, that was the second time.
a mund të na tregoni
Question, can you tell us, please, the first and second occasion, when did they happen, if you remember, in which period of time? Question, the first occasion was much earlier, I mean, beginning of February or March when there was snow, and the second occasion was in mid-April or a bit further from mid-April. I cannot fix it in the specific date because long time has passed. Question, you said mid-April. Which year, please?
prillit, cëllit vit?
Mid-April, which year?
1999.
1999. Question, thank you.
E dini arsyejem pse ka qenë atë ditë Salih Mustafa në Barilev?
Question, do you know the reason why Salih Mustafa was in Barilev that day?
Defense counsel, before you go to the next point, for me, the answer of the witness is not clear when he says, could you take off your headphones, please? No, I think it's better that you be ushered out. Madame Court Usher, could you usher him out? Will we The witness has said a bit further from mid-April, but that can be before or after. And you already went to the next topic, but this point I don't think is clarified. So you can. I don't want to take over your direct examination. You can ask it, or I can ask it. But I prefer to always leave it to the parties as much as I can. Yeah. Okay, Madame Court Usher, if you could bring him back again. Thank you, Mr. Witness. We will have to discuss a point regarding a question. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Zoti dëshmitar,
Question, Mr. Witness, when you say It was somewhere in mid-April or further than mid-April. What do you mean with mid-April?
Nuk mendojmë ne sa
Answer, nothing specific, but describing the 12th of April and thinking of the 22nd of April, it was amidst that period, because after the 22nd of April, we ourselves were no longer there anymore. So there was no way that we would have contacts. As I said, the conditions became more difficult because of the Serbian army, and that corridor was blocked, closed. But as I said, there was the 12th of April, we had 2 victims, there was an offensive. So it is a problem to describe exactly the dates. We had many difficulties with the passage of people, so I cannot describe it in precise terms.
Pra ashtu siç
Question. Then, as you stated, your point of reference is the 12th of April, when 2 persons were killed, and the 22nd of April as the last day, when it was no longer possible for you to move freely. So from these 2 dates, if we take them into consideration, which would be the day in reference to these 2 dates when you saw him? Answer. It is very difficult. I did not fix it in my memory as something that should be remembered. For us, every moment, every second was to survive. We were not sure that we will survive, and that's why we didn't bother to remember things. So fortunately, we are alive, and it's too bad for us that we did not remember things.
këtë herën e dytë,
Question. The second occasion, the second time, did you meet Salih Mustafa in person? Answer, yes. Question. Do you remember, in terms of time, how long did he stay in Barilev that day? Answer, quite long, because with the vehicle that I mentioned earlier, I accompanied them as a driver, as I said. On the way back, we had a dinner together in Verbov's neighborhood, and they brought me at the road where the people were moving, and he stayed there with the soldiers. As I said, people were not in the house itself, but they were around that area, those that needed to pass.
po a ju kujtohet pasi që jeni
Question. Do you remember, upon your return, which direction did Salih Mustafa take? Where to did he go? Answer. Yusuf told us that they were going to Slash.
e a ju kujtohet
Question. Do you remember the reason why they had to go to Slash? Answer. No. There was no reason for us to know that reason. It didn't make any sense to even ask them, why are you going there? Because they were staying somewhere there, not where we were.
And there were Johan, witness, his testimony in giving to the defense, part 1, dated 22 March 2001, to refresh his memory.
Yes, I see that.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Zoti oficer, ju lutem të paraqitni dokument.
Court officer, could you please put document DSM 00056 to 00067 on the screen? It's the English version, and document DSM 00716 the Albanian version, page 6 of the document,
Në të dyja gjuhë.
in both languages.
Zoti dëshmitar,
Question, Mr. Witness. In your statement given on the 22nd March of 2021 to the Defense Counsel, to the question of the lawyer, why did he have to go to Slush, referring to Salih Mustafa, you answered, somebody called him on the phone, on a satellite phone, because there were many wounded persons in their area, so he left towards there in a hurry. Do you remember stating this? Answer, yes. Question, do you remember this is what happened that day? Answer, yes. Question, can you please tell us once more, why did Salim Mustafa have to leave in a hurry towards Lush that day? Answer, when we wanted to leave, I met Yusuf. I asked, why are you leaving so hastily? He said, they called Salih, there are so many wounded. And I said, I will come with you. And he said, no, it's difficult. And I said, no, I really want to come. And I wanted, to tell you the truth, to drive that car again. So I went up to a village in Golak. They continued further, whereas I came back with a tractor with other soldiers. I came back to Barilev.
faleminderit.
Question, thank you.
Në
Again, when you gave your statement to the defense counsel, asked by him, how long before the 22nd of April was this? You answered, maybe 4 or 5 days before the 22nd of April 1999. Do you remember stating this? Answer, yes, that's correct, because the 12th of April and 22nd of April, the middle would be 4 or 5 days. Answer, thank you. Correction, question, thank you.
Aydın you apakin individual.
Do you know or have you heard of Salih Mustafa being in Barilev village on any other occasion? In the time frame between 24th of March 1999 and the day when you met him for the last time in April 1999. And did he spend the night there?
Okay.
Among precision.
Answer, can I answer?
Met
Answer. Of course he passed, but for me to know that when I met with Yusuf, it was easier to understand whether he was there or not, because Yusuf was the person who oriented us and who kept us there. And that's why whether he came on other occasions or not, that I don't know, because it wasn't necessary for me to meet him at every single occasion, him or whoever else.
Fine, there is a tradition. May I?
Please confer with your co-counsel.
Zoti dëshmitara.
Question. Mr. Witness, have you ever heard of a unit called BIA? Answer, yes, I have. Question, can you tell us when did you hear for the first time about this unit? Answer, I cannot tell you exactly when, but we heard that this unit was formed after the killing of the three now martyrs, great Albanians, Ilir, Bahri, and Agron, and was named after them. Question. You yourself, were you a member of this unit? Answer: officially and based on documentation, I don't know. From geographical point of view, we were further from Pristina and we did not bother who was where. We helped, we contributed to 151st Brigade, to which we did not belong. We were a voluntary unit, and we as a unit were more of a humanitarian than a military unit. I cannot say whether we were or not, because officially we did not know. We knew that we were part of guerrilla, a smaller unit, but that we understood after the war.
Në kohën kur e keni taku Salim Mustafën, a e keni ditë?
Question: at the time you met Salih Mustafa, did you know his position, his military position? What position he held? Answer: we knew that Yusuf Shalaku was our person in charge and that he was the person in charge of Yusuf Shalaku.
Ke ditë cëllit njësit?
Question: did you know to which unit did Salih Mustafa belong at that time? I mean, March, April 1999. Answer: I understand. We knew that he was one of the persons responsible in the guerrilla. Whether he was responsible for the entire guerrilla or for another unit that was part of the guerrilla, that I don't know.
Gjatë periudhës së luftës,
Question: during the war, starting from January 1999 and up to June 1999, apart from the voluntary unit that you mentioned here, were you part of any other unit? Answer: no, I was not. Question: do you remember, after the war, with which activity did you deal? I'm speaking about the period between June 1999 and June 2000. Answer: I worked before the war in a factory. Question: the question was after the war.
Ndërlidh që aty në atë fabrikë ku kam punua më herët.
I worked in a factory before the war,
Pas për
buffer factory, and when the war ended on the 12th of June 1999, not exactly on that date, but a bit later, we returned to work in the factory. But there was not much work, just to continue and set up the work there.
po gjatë vitit 1999,
Question: during 1999, did you work also in the police?
jo.
Answer: no.
faleminderit.
Thank you.
Zoti dëshmitar, më herët gjatë deklarimit
Mr. Witness, earlier on during your testimony, you mentioned a car of Golf make, four-wheel drive. Do you know who was the owner of that car?
Ka qenë Jusuf Shalaku.
Answer, Yusuf Shalaku, the late Sufa.
a ju kujtohet
Question, during the times you saw Salim Mustafa, do you remember when he came to Barilev? Do you remember how he came there? By some vehicle or answer?
Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry to interrupt, but I don't think it's been established exactly when, which other times the counsel is referring to.
Mr. Witness, can you take off your headphones, please? So
I think we heard that the witness met, saw Mr. Mustafa one time earlier.
two times.
Exactly.
My question would be, because I see what you're pointing at, and I had it reserved for the panel, not in order not to interrupt, but you posed a question for which I'm grateful. But I would specify it if he can say about the 2 times he met him, yeah, and then the 3rd time you can make it a little bit more general. But at least for the 2 times he met, he can say something, and maybe he has more knowledge. Would that be agreeable for Madam Prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor, as long as it is clear to which time we're talking about.
Okay. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Microphone, please.
Can you put on your headphones again? Thank you.
Zoti dëshmitar,
Mr. Witness, during those 2 times you met Salim Mustafa, that is when he came to Barilev village, do you recall how he came there? Whether he came by some transportation means or...
How did he came? That's it. He can fill it in.
Answer. During the first time, I don't know how he came. But the second time, he came by that Golf, together with Yusuf. That's why I remember it more, because it was an opportunity for me to drive that car, and I had a very special feeling driving that car.
po atë kujtohet
Question, do you remember when he came together with Yusuf? Did you yourself ask them where they came from?
Jo, nuk e kam pyet.
Answer, no, I did not. I only asked them whether they were okay, whether they had any problem. That's all I asked.
Faleminderit.
Microphone, please.
And your time is almost up,
Yeah,
I would say.
And I am for 1 minute. Thank you. Your Honor, thank you very much. We don't have more questions for the witness. I'm finishing now. Thank you. Zoti dëshmitar.
Mr. Witness, thank you very much. I have no other questions for you. Thank you. Thank you very much to you and to the panel.
Now we will see how to proceed. Madam Prosecutor, my proposal, like every day we have done up till now, we can take a break now, the lunch break. It's 12 o'clock, and we do that for 1.5 hours. And afterwards we continue with the time we have left, taking into account that we are now stopping earlier. Or we can continue right away.
Yes, Your Honors, I would go with the option of the lunch break so that I can organize the references and everything. Thank
Very
you.
well. Mr. Witness, we will have a break now of 1.5 hours. And after that, your testimony will continue with the questions by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Yes? So I will ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out, and then we see you back in 1.5 hours.
Here, fine day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The hearing is adjourned till 1:35.
All right. All rise.
Very well. Appearances I will call now. We are in the same composition, so that is noted for the record. Yes. We are now going to continue with the cross-examination by the Specialist Prosecution's Office. I will usher the witness in. Apparently not, Madame Court Usher. Is there a point to raise? I see some movements on my left-hand side. You have the floor, Mr. Salih.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I just want to have opportunity to clarify something with witness, meaning his answer given in page 25, line 11 to 16.
Yes.
because he mentioned he
So
were
which
in one,
page
in one
25?
place.
Yes.
Yes. No, 42 page.
Oh, 42.
Yes.
Okay, then we have to correct that transcript. Page 42, line 11 till 16, yes. I will look it up.
Yes, and he mentioned the village in Golak. I just want to clarify the name of the village. To
The
have.
name, okay, yes, that we can...
And in that sense, to use on the map.
I'm looking at it now, so page 42, line 11 till 16, and I can read it. When we wanted to leave, I met Yusuf. I asked, why are you leaving so hastily? Is that the...
So no,
He said they
to-
called Salih, there are so many wounded, I will come with you. No, it's difficult, and I said to drive that car again. So I went up to a village in Golak.
Yes.
They continued further, whereas I came back with the tractor with other soldiers. And I came back to Barilev. And you want to know which village he meant with a village in Golak.
Yes.
And I heard you saying that you would like to show him the map too.
Yes.
Shall we first start with, or I propose to first start asking him which village he meant.
Yes.
And then if it's necessary, you can show him the map. Very well, Madam Prosecutor, so we will start a little bit later.
Of course, Your Honor, no problem.
Thank you. Very well. Madam Court Usher, could you please bring the witness in, please? Yes. Yes. I will also still be giving an oral order regarding the items that the SBO intends to use during its questioning. Welcome back, Mr. Witness. I hope you had a good break.
Salim evet mir.
Thank you. I had a good break.
Very well. We will be continuing with the cross-examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, but before that, Defense Counsel wants to clarify one point of the answers you have given this morning before the break. So I first give the floor to Defense Counsel. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Question, Mr. Witness. After the question, defense question on page 42 of the transcript, line 11 and 16, you stated, among other things, that I went to a village located higher in Golak. Do you remember which village you went to in the region of Golak? Answer, yes, I do. Question, which is that village? Answer, that should be village of Radashets. Question, from Bariliev to Radashets, how many villages you go through to go there? How many villages you pass through? Answer, not including Bariliev, there should be 4 or 5 villages, 4 certainly. Question, thank you.
And to see which villages they passed on that way.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Mr. Corps Officer, could you please show the map DSM 000 66 Mr. Witness, can you see a map in front of you? Answer, yes, I do see it. It's clear. Question, can you show us on the map, starting from Bariliev, ending at Radashets, the names of all the villages that you passed? Answer, yes. Number 1, it's circled, number 1 from Bariliev. Number 2 is circled also, Vranidol. Number 3, Rimanisht. Circled number 4, village of Sharban. Number 5, circled Sichev, which I did not remember, but now I see it here. And with number 6 is Radashets. Question, do you remember how long was the journey from Bariliev to Radashet? Answer, it was a very long journey because it was muddy, it was rainy, and we had many difficulties. Many times we were stuck in the mud by car, we walked, we didn't have a watch to keep track of time, of when we started and when we arrived, but we walked for a long time. We were very tired. I do not dare give you an exact time because I don't know. Question, thank you, Mr. Witness.
Question for the witness. I just want to know, for the time of prosecutor, that they have to questioning the witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. We gave an oral order on that, as you may recall, and we decided, and that was half December of last year, the 13th, that the cross-examination shall in principle not last longer than the direct examination. That is what we decided, but this is without prejudice to the cross-examining party's right to request additional time if needed, and by providing appropriate justification. So it's fairly open, I would say, but it has to be within the reasonable. So does that answer your question? I see you nodding. Very well. Okay, Madam Prosecutor, before I give you the floor, I have to still give an oral order in order for you to be able to proceed. Yes, the SPO has requested leave from the panel via email dated 4th of April 2022 at 9:27 in the morning to use 3 newly disclosed items in its cross-examination of defense witness 700. The material concerned was disclosed shortly thereafter, that was at 10:48. The panel notes that the newly disclosed items are limited in length and scope Some are open source materials and have been collected or discovered by the SPO in recent days in preparation for its cross-examination of defense witness 700. The panel finds that the SPO has shown good cause for not disclosing the material previously. The panel also notes that the defense does not oppose the use of these items by the SPO. Accordingly, the panel authorizes the SPO to use the newly disclosed material during its cross-examination of defense witness 700 pursuant to paragraph 31 of the decision on the conduct of proceedings. This concludes the panel's order. Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed with your cross-examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Mr. Nrezi. I'm the counsel for the prosecution who will conduct the cross-examination this afternoon. Just a general reminder that we give to all witnesses, because of the limited time allocated to each party, I will please ask you to strictly listen to my questions and limit your answers to what I asked without going into many details. If there is the need to clarify or to add any information, I will ask you to do so. And if I see that you deviate from the answers, I will kindly ask you to focus and to listen to the question. Is that okay?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nrezi, we have been discussing dates today, and in particular dates of events that happened more than 20 years ago, more than 23 years ago, actually. So in relation to that, and also in light of some questions regarding mixed up dates during direct examination, is it fair to say that you can mix up dates of events so distant in time when it comes to try to be precise?
Yes, it is possible, because it's been 23 years since then. It's not intentional. Those dates are easily confused. It's not in our interest to confuse the dates and mix up. It's just memory.
Back to what happened in the first statement that you gave to the defense, as we heard today during direct examination, correct? I will also give the references. This was a page 15 of the live transcript, lines 20 to 21, where you said, I was mixed up with the dates, and it was later corrected to 12 April from the 22nd. And then again, page 18 of the live transcript, lines 24 to 25, where you said, long time has passed. As I said, I mixed up 22nd of April with the 12th of April. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember.
So to sum up, in your first defense statement, you said you remembered that the death of those two men, Mr. Kurti and Mr. Kaciu, was on the 22nd of April, while in fact they died on the 12th of April, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and it was in fact the defense team who corrected your statement, right?
Yes.
You did not correct it yourself.
No, we corrected it. I spoke to my people in the village and to the family members, because the family members were also offended that the dates got confused, but it wasn't intentional. There was nothing malicious about it. So it was just a matter of putting number 1 instead of 2. But I don't think that it's a grave mistake.
I was just asking whether it was in fact the defense who told you about the mistake, meaning you didn't realize that yourself, correct? Before the defense team made you notice that mixed up of dates, correct?
Yes, the counsel found out, and he also showed me the photos where I saw the mistake.
Direct examination today that you did not have any reason or explanation for that. Do you remember that? This is at page 23 of the live transcript, lines 2 to 6. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You added lines 2 to 3 of the same page 23. We had victims on a daily basis, and these two were killed on the day we were attacked. Do you remember that?
Yes, of course.
There were many offensives, both big and small, by the Serbs in that period, March to April 1999. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Reasons that made it or makes it difficult to be specific about dates in that time frame, March, April 1999.
Yes, because if you go to a wedding, for example, if it's a happy occasion, you might forget things, not to mention the things that we have experienced.
Okay, you had in fact also given this explanation in your second defense statement, the one dated 19th of April 2021, DSM 00068 to 00075 at page 3. And when you were asked about that, your answer was, yes, I understand, I'm reading. There were, at the time, everyday small Serbian offenses, and that is why I can easily mix the dates. Is that correct? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
I'm now going to move to the times you saw Salih Mustafa in Barileve in 1999. I will sum up what you said this morning, and I will continue with some follow-up questions. So you testified today that the first occasion when you saw Mr. Mustafa, and we're talking about 1999, was in February, March 1999, when there was still snow. This was at page 38, lines 14 to 15 of the live transcript. Do you remember that?
Yes.
The second occasion was in April 1999, and you said, when trying to place it in time, between the 12th and the 22nd of April. This was at page 39 of the live transcript, lines 22 to 23. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you also testified that you remembered well that time because you drove in the car with Yusuf Shalaku and Mr. Salim Mustafa. This was between pages 40 and 41. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also said that, page 41, line 8, that Mr. Shalaku and Mr. Mustafa were on their way to Slash, correct? The second part of the trip.
Yes.
So you had mentioned, this was at page 42 and 43, that you continued with them only up to a certain village in Golak, which we now, right now, learned was Radashev. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
And so you did not continue with them, and you said you went back to Barileve by tractor, page 42, lines 11 to 16, and they continue to slash. Is that correct?
Exact.
Yes, that is correct.
So the village we just learned where you left, where they left you, was Radashev, and then you parted ways, and they continued to slash. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Of this trip. You already told us that you cannot describe precisely when it was. This was at page 40 of the live transcript, first lines 4 to 5, and then again 12 to 13, and that you could not recall the exact date of this specific trip, correct?
Io, ma
No, I don't know the exact date, but it should be around that time.
Say that you can only give an approximation of when that encounter and that trip happened in between the 12th and the 22nd of April. Is that fair to say?
ja, azt so.
Yes, that is fair, because between 12 and 22 second, there are several days in between, which I do not dare, because I am under oath, that I do not dare say that it's precisely that date, and I don't know precisely the date.
Defense counsel put to you the indication that you gave in your first defense statement, where you said that this trip was, I'm quoting from page 6 of the defense statement dated the 22nd of March 2021. At page 6 you said this trip was perhaps 4 to 5 days before the 22nd of April 1999. Do you remember saying that?
Po.
Yes, I said that.
Okay, then in the second defense statement dated 19th of April 2021, when you were asked to clarify or explain the mixed up with dates between the 12th and the 22nd, in relation to this same trip with Mr. Mustafa, you said, I'm quoting from page 5 of DSM 00068 to 00075, you said, do you remember, the question was, do you remember these questions and answers during our last interview? Yes, it was several days before April the 22nd, it is accurate. Do you remember saying that?
Po.
Yes.
Already you cannot be accurate, but on one hand we have 4 to 5 days, on the other hand we have several days. Would it be fair to say that you actually cannot really say whether it was 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 days before the 22nd of April?
Po nuk.
I cannot, because the date of 12th. We remember many things from that date and also from the 22nd. So it could be 4 or 5 days. The 12th of April. So between 12th of April and 22nd.
You cannot really say when it was, we understand that, but I understand you can't really say also how many days before the 22nd of April that meeting happened. Is that correct?
Prosecutor, earlier we mentioned the dates when those people were killed. They were killed on the same date, at the same time. And even their tombstones, the date differs there. That is why.
The question was simply whether it is fair to say that you cannot say how many days the trip with Mr. Mustafa was before the 22nd of April. Is that correct? That was the scope of my question. If you can just please answer the specific question I asked.
Yes, I understood. But I cannot give you an exact date, 13th or 14th of 19th of 22. I cannot give an exact date for me to be certain to give to you.
Okay, that's clear. Now, with regard to the role that Mr. Shalaku and then Mr. Mustafa had, I wanted to clarify some evidence you gave earlier. You told us today that this was at page 44, line 14, that you knew that Yusuf Shalaku was the person in charge of your group unit, correct?
Yes.
And that you knew, and the reference is the same, is at page 44, line 14, and that you knew that Salim Mustafa, I'm reading, was the person in charge of Yusuf Shalaku. Is that correct?
Yes.
Earlier this morning, you told us, and this was at page 9, line 14, you told us that Yusuf Shalaku was your superior, correct? Your commander.
Yes.
Consider also Mr. Salim Mustafa as one of your superiors.
No. Salih Mustafa was considered by Yusuf as his superior. We did not have such contacts or orders from him. We took them, not orders, but suggestions from Yusuf, and we reported to Yusuf on them.
Yes, but logically speaking, if Yusuf was your superior, your commander, and if Salim Mustafa was Yusuf's commander, wouldn't Salim Mustafa be also your superior?
Probably yes.
Probably or yes?
Yes. He was.
I wanted to clarify that because, in fact, that's what you said in this in the statement to the Defense Counsel. This was in relation to the question of what was the purpose of Salim Mustafa to stay in Barileve. And I'm quoting from page 6 of the defense statement dated the 22nd of March, DSM 00056 to 00067. The answer you gave, I'm just reading this, the beginning of the sentence that we are discussing for the purposes of superior versus subordinate. You said, because he was, in relation to Salim Mustafa, because he was our superior and we were his subordinates. Do you remember saying that?
For Yusuf and Popper,
For Yusuf, yes, but for Salih, I don't remember. It could be, but if you're saying that's how it is written, it should be so. If he was Yusuf's superior, then he should have been our superior as well.
I was citing what you actually said in your answer, in one of your answers to the questions of the defense counsel. What I read were your words. We can call up the statement if it is more clear, but I was citing what you answered in relation to Salim Mustafa. You said, because he was our superior and we were his subordinates. Does that refresh your recollection of what you said during that interview?
I remember it, but at that time it was more broadly understood with the defense lawyer, and here it's more short, and that's why I'm saying again, since Shalaku was our person in charge, he, Yusuf, should have his person in charge, person who was in charge of him. So we respected Yusuf and the others.
And so let me ask again, did you consider yourself a subordinate of Mr. Salim Mustafa?
No.
So then can you explain, maybe we can call up the statement so that the witness can see the text.
Your Honor, I have an issue that I would like to say.
Microphone for Your Honor, please.
Mr. Witness, I will ask the court usher to accompany you out of the courtroom because we need to discuss something, and then I will bring you back. Okay? Thank you. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor, it appears that the prosecutor is trying to create some kind of direct subordinate commander-subordinate relation here. But I think that the way that question is being posed is far too general as to what it is. I mean, Mr. Shehu would be also a commander, and maybe he would think that he would be his subordinate too, or any other person who would have any other kind of position in the ranks of the KLA. So I'm not, just want to make sure that whether there is here a direct unit in which the person is subordinate to Salim Mustafa, or whether Salim Mustafa might have any other kind of position, and which he refers to as his as a commander, and him being apparently in a lower position or not in the same position, being a subordinate in that perspective. So what I'm trying to say is, would prosecution make sure, or can it be made sure, that we are speaking not in general terms, but in direct terms of this subordinate command issue? Yeah? I'm not sure whether I have made myself clear enough, but it's my feeling that the unit of Mr. Mustafa from BIA, so to speak, and the unit of this, whatever the name of the unit was there in Barileva or Vranidol, whether had any relation with each other at all. So in that perspective, I think it is important to establish what was then the, whether actually the witness knows anything about the relation between his unit or the unit or position that Mr. Mustafa had. Not simply saying, oh, Mr. Yeah, no, Mr. Yusuf is your superior and he reports to whatever to Mr. Mustafa, and therefore you are his subordinate, as if it would be in the same unit. And I think that is what needs to be established, at least, before we can do this general terminology of being a commander and just saying, is it fair to say this or is it fair to say that? By the way, which the defense finds closed questions, in which already an answer is given. But anyway, that is a side issue from this. So I hope I made my point clear, and I hope that the prosecutor can elicit that point at least.
I will tell you what I think of this for now, but I first want to hear the public, the prosecutor. Please, Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honours. Well, Your Honours, I disagree because I simply put to the witness words that the witness himself used. He said, in relation to Mr. Mustafa, that he considered Mr. Mustafa their superior and we were his subordinates. And then today also he added the chain, let's say, between Yusuf and Mr. Mustafa, and in addition to the qualification of the unit where Mr. Nrezzi might have served. It is not clear so far, I would say, because today he told us that he was part of the guerrilla unit, and that he understood that after the war. This was at page 44 of today's transcript. In the statement too, he said that they belonged to the guerrilla. They were guerrillas, and then he said that they fell under Brigade 153. We know that BIA was existing since 1998. The Brigade 153 was formed only later on, in February, or later 1999. So I was going to also explore that. Okay. So I think there are elements to that.
Okay. I am of the view that Defense Counsel, it's really not too general because, as Madame Prosecutor is stating, for now she's only using parts of his testimony, both before this court and also in his prior statements, where he's referring to this relationship of commander and subordinates. And not only what Madame Prosecutor has said about he was our superior and we were his subordinates, as an answer to the question, what was the purpose of Salim Mustafa to stay in Marilev? He said he was the head of the guerrilla and the majority of the Congolese soldiers in Barilev belonged to the guerrilla. That's page 4 of his first defense statements. And on page 6 he is saying, how can one not meet with the commander? So I don't think that for now the Madam Prosecutor is overstepping or insinuating. So we will proceed for now. So, Madam Court Usher, can
May
you
I just make another remark on that issue?
No, I want to continue now. Mr. Witness, can you hear me?
Paul.
Yes.
We'll continue with the cross-examination. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Witness, just a second. I need to find the point at which we were and to go back to the questions that I had asked you. In the meantime, I think I was calling up the statement. I'm not sure if that has been brought up on the screen. DSM 00056 to 00067, and I would first need page 6, please. So, Mr. Nerezzi, can you please comment on, if we can move a little bit further down on the page? Sorry, it's page 5, the previous page. The end of the page. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Nerezzi, I was reading from the answer that you gave to the defense counsel. I'll read again the question and then the answer. What was the purpose of Salim Mustafa to stay in Barileve? And your answer was, because he was our superior and we were his subordinates. He would go to La Pastizza or Mayats, as he would go to the headquarters of Remi. That is the commander, Rustem Mustafa, who was the commander, and on his way back he would pass through Barileve. So again, I just wanted to understand, why are you now resisting the question when I asked, so did you consider Salim Mustafa your superior? And you said no. Can you please explain? You said before, I mean, I'm reading from the statement, you said you considered him your superior, and you said we were his subordinates. Don't you remember that now?
Now the question is very clear, because our main commander was Rustem Mustafa. There were other commanders as well. However, personally, for us as a unit, we would report to Yusuf Shalako, and that's why I said no, because he could be in the Pristina part, and then we would have to wait for the commander. So in that sense, I said no. It was Yusuf, the one who was near us. So this is what I wanted to say.
I understand that you considered Yusuf Shalaku as your, so I want to use your words, as your superior. But my question was in relation to Mr. Salim Mustafa, because you said before to the defense, he was our superior and we were his subordinates. Now, whether that is direct or indirect, why are you now saying that he was not your superior? I'm not talking about your direct superior.
I understood you correctly. He was a superior, and I did not deny it in front of the lawyer before the war or after the war. But in the sense of proximity, the person who was closer to us, who could give us instructions and to whom we could report, was Mr. Shalako. I'm not denying anything and saying that he was not a superior. We have respected him and we will respect him for the rest of our lives.
Let me see if I got it correctly. You're saying that your direct superior or direct commander was Yusuf Shalaku. Is that correct? The one with whom you would deal directly?
Po.
Yes.
But was Salim Mustafa also one of your superiors? Yes or no?
Po.
Yes. After Yusuf, it's impossible to respect Yusuf and not to respect him.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for clarifying. Then I would like to ask for, your confirmation or your explanation also in relation to another part of the statement. It is the same statement if we go to page 4, towards the end of the page. Here you were asked, the central part is fine, thank you. Here you were asked how, by the defense counsel, I will read the question and the full answer. How did you get to know Mr. Salim Mustafa? This was the question of the defense counsel. And your answer was, I was introduced to him through a friend of mine with whom I used to work with before. This was at the beginning of 1998. From then and on, we kind of joined the KLA ranks as the KLA was expanding. Then we were in contact with him as he was the head of the guerrilla, and the majority of the KLA soldiers in Barileve belonged to the guerrilla. Do you confirm that?
I admit that I said this even before to the defense counsel.
Fact. We agree about that.
Po.
Yes.
Now, since we're talking about 1998, with regard to your role, I understand you joined the KLA in 1998, is that correct?
Po.
Yes, in the summer of 1998, or rather late spring.
Throughout the war, between 1998 and 1999, did you have any rank?
No, ranks, positions, appointments came later. I don't know exactly when and how it happened, but they came much later, just about before the war ended.
A soldier, a simple soldier, without any specific rank.
Po.
Yes.
Okay, now in relation to both your role and your tasks. So today at page 44, lines 9 to 11 of the live transcript, you said that you knew you were part of a guerrilla unit, that you understood that after the war. Is that correct? Do you remember that evidence?
Po. Kom thongstu.
Yes, this is what I said, that we were part of that unit. We understood that after the war. We did not know how the guerrilla operated because it was not possible for somebody to explain it to us in longer terms.
But did you consider yourself part of the guerrilla, as you told us? Is that correct?
Pause.
Yes, always, because the brigades also operated there. There were different units with uniforms, without uniforms, with different types of weapons, but in the guerrilla unit, we operated usually in smaller groups with smaller number of people.
Okay, I understand. Do you know when Brigade 153 was formed?
Io.
No. I apologize, but I really don't know.
And do you know when BIA was formed?
Io as via curo formua.
No, I don't know when BIA was formed. I know we were a guerrilla unit, but when it was created, that I don't know. And the acronym, we found out what it meant quite later.
Okay, but I understand you, from what we read in your statement at page 4, that you knew that when you joined the KLA, you were part of an expanding unit. You said as the KLA was expanding. So were you part of these units that were in expansion on the territory? Yes or no?
Yes.
And to sum up your tasks, you told us this morning, and I'm summarizing from page 10 of the live transcript, that your main tasks were to help the population move, to observe enemy position, and to help with food and other aid. Is that correct? I summarize from page 10, lines 14 to 25 of today's live transcript. Is that a fair summary of your tasks?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Prosecutor, but
Yes.
do you have a follow-up question on this? Because now you cited what was in the transcript, or am I mistaken?
Yes, I was just wanted to make sure that there was nothing else, and that those were his tasks, in fact.
Okay, because I didn't hear you ask, was there something else you did, or did you say that?
No, I can ask.
No, but if you only summarize, then I don't see. It's. We have seen it also.
Yes, I was trying to understand
with the
his
Defense
role.
Council.
Yeah.
A step-up question, okay, but only summarizing, I don't see the need because we can reread it all.
Of course, Your Honors. I was just trying to understand better the role that the witness had. Is there anything else besides the tasks that I listed that we just discussed?
No, nothing of importance in addition to what you already mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Your Honors, just one brief minute. Thank you, Your Honors. We're going until 3, is that correct?
Yes, the program, it's, thank you for reminding me, I can set out the program. That's important for all of us, of course, to know. We will have a normal session of 1.5 hours, so we started at 1:30, so we will continue till 3 o'clock. Then we will have 50 minutes break, and then we will continue till 4. And then tomorrow we have 4 sessions. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you, Your Honors. Then I can say that I will finish before the break, by 3 o'clock.
Very well. Thank you. Please proceed.
Yes. Mr. Witness, I will now move to a different part. I wanted to ask you if you're a friend with Brahim Mekmetai, nickname Bimi.
It is difficult to answer with yes or no, but I do know him.
Do you consider him a friend?
Not a very close friend. We do not meet very often. If I consider someone a friend, I visit them frequently, but I don't remember him meeting for the last time.
Madam Prosecutor, you could also ask, how do you know him? You went straight to a specific point, but you can also give some space to the witness to answer.
Sure. Thank you for the suggestion, Your Honors. Mr. Witness, and can I ask how you know Mr. Mekmetai?
I met him after the war. He had the restaurant at Palati Irenis location. We had coffee there. We spent time there with my friends, with my children and other friends. I know him from there. I did not know him before the war. I'd never seen him before the war.
Okay, so you did not know him during the war. Is that correct?
No, I did not know him.
Okay. Now I would like to show you a Facebook post from Mr. Mekmetai's account. Can I please have ERN SPOE 0032 5341 to 0032 5341 on the screens? While this is coming up, I will ask you, Mr. Witness, whether you recall commenting on a Facebook post by Mr. Mekmetai shortly after Mr. Mustafa's transfer to The Hague. Do you remember that? And this is the photo that is now appearing is the post that you commented on. It is dated the 26th of September 2020. Do you remember this post?
I remember the photo. I don't use Facebook very often. It's possible that I did it, or it's possible that I had my nephew write. I must look at it further. I don't know exactly. Honestly, I don't remember. I don't post about anyone.
Comment I wanted to ask you about so that you can tell us. The photo can be removed, and if I can now please have on the screens SPOE 0032 5348, and next to it the English translation SPOE 0032 5348 ET. If we can zoom in on the fourth comment. Mr. Nerzi, do you see your comment on the right-hand side of the screen? It is the original one, it's the fourth in order from the top of the page. Can you see that?
Po,
Yes.
So the comment says, eternal respect for the liberators and their families. Is this your comment? Do you confirm these words or not?
on ešraf amnen tam, ešraf.
I see my name and what's been written under it. And even if it isn't, I would like it and I would accept it. We must respect forever for the liberators and also for NATO. I have written it. I'm glad I did it. I respect the liberators. I did not mention any names. I didn't say Bislim or anyone else. Only respect for liberators, and I will publicly declare that I have utmost respect for the liberators.
Okay. I understand from your statement and your evidence today that you knew Salim Mustafa from 1998, correct?
Se Amon,
By name, I know Salim Mustafa by name and from a distance, from a really long time ago, but I met him personally in '98. I saw him for the first time and spoke to him for the first time when he came to Barilev.
And this was when in 1998?
poate con pranvera nevon.
Late spring or beginning of summer. I know we wore T-shirts in short sleeves. It was late spring or beginning of summer.
And this was the only time you met him in 1998 or not?
Madam Prosecutor,
Yes.
maybe less leading, I would suggest. I have the feeling that...
Yes, I started, because it is in his statement.
I
so,
know,
yes,
but
of course,
still,
Your Honors.
just give it a try, because...
Of course, Your Honors. Mr. Witness, I'll rephrase. Was that the only time that you met Mr. Mustafa in 1998, or were there other times?
Exact, nu că dice.
I don't remember meeting at a specific place, but with Salim Mustafa and Yusuf Shalaku, we met to organize the matters in the village. That was the conversation and the meeting, the topic of the meeting. That was the meeting. We discussed organization, mobilization, and prepare for the war. It was a very short meeting because I was the one who actually didn't have much time.
Okay. Have you maintained contact with Mr. Mustafa after the war?
Po jot shpeshta.
Yes, but we did not see each other often because it's the circumstances of life. We could not meet often because of life. We had to have time as well because we were busy with families, with work. So we did not meet very often.
Can you qualify what not very often met, or can you qualify how many times more or less, how often more or less you would meet, if you can say it?
It's possible that I met him once in 6 months or in a year. I live in Barileva, that is 15 kilometers from Pristina. That is why, because of the obligations I have in a village, you need to have a reason to go to Pristina, either to meet up with a friend just for a short visit and return to the village.
I understand. And have you been in touch with him after his arrest?
Yeah.
No.
And have you been in touch with any family member of Mr. Salim Mustafa after his arrest?
Yes, with his brother, Arben.
Can you tell us what was the occasion? And when was that, if you remember?
I don't remember the exact date, but we met at a petrol station. He told me that the council is in Pristina and wanted to have some names or anyone that has that can give any information related to the case. And he said that one of those people, I'm also one of those persons. I think the following day or 2 days later they called me. I don't remember exactly, 1 or 2 days later. I met with him and with the defense counsel who is present today.
So was Mr. Arben Mustafa the person who put you in touch with the defense team for Salim Mustafa?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, I see. Do you know Mr. Nazmi Verbovci?
Yes, of course I do.
Do you know him?
I know him because he's also from Barilev, but I also know his father because he offered his house from the first moment that the population moved. He told us that the house was ours to use, and so we used that house, us, meaning the soldiers, to rest there, to stay there. That is why I know them. I also know his son, who was also a soldier.
So do I Nazmi Verbovci was in the KLA? Is that correct?
Oh.
Yes.
What was his role, if you know?
He was a soldier, and since he was from the neighborhood, he was also a coordinator for the transfer of people, whether they were from that area, transferring people from Golak to Barilev or vice versa. So he had the coordinator role. He coordinated those movements.
Member of the guerrilla as yourself?
Oh.
Yes.
And do you know whether his commander was also superior, was also Yusuf Shalaku, like for yourself?
Madam Prosecutor, you could also ask him, do you know who his commander was?
Yes, I will rephrase it, Your Honor. Do you know who his commander was?
Yes, Yusuf, because he was the commander of 20 of us who were there.
Okay. Mr. Nrezi, did you follow any of the court sessions of this trial in the past weeks or months?
I tried to follow them. I could not follow all of them because of my obligations. I was not able to follow them all.
Do you remember which ones you followed? Which witnesses, that is?
Honestly, I followed the first part. The witness was Fatmir. I don't remember anyone. I don't know. Yes, yes. And the rest of the trials, I might have followed a little bit or whatever I could follow from the news. I did not have much time to follow the trial.
Okay. Your Honors, I now have some questions that go into personal details of the witness and that should not be discussed in public. So if we can please move into private session. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Court Officer, could you bring us into private session?
We're in open session, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Nerzi, thank you very much for answering my questions. I don't have further question in cross-examination. Thank you.
Yes, we will now,
Thank you.
now have 15 minutes of break, and then we will continue till 4 o'clock, and we will see where we end. Tomorrow there is a new day. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Could Mr. Mustafa stay in the courtroom in that shorter break?
I will ask security because, and I see also Simio saying yes. So yes, so that is arranged for. We, Mr. Witness, Madam Court Usher will usher you out. 15 minutes of break, and then we come back and we work till 4.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. So, at 5 minutes to 3:30, we meet each other again. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
We are in the same position. Very well. I will ask Madame Court Usher to bring the witness in. Thank you for that. Welcome back, Mr. Nerci. Now it's,
Thank you.
I now give the floor to Victims' Counsel for her questioning, if any. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honours. Yes, I would like to explore only two very brief aspects, so it shouldn't take much time. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. I am Victims' Counsel and would like to follow up just with a couple of questions on things that are still slightly unclear to me. I would like to go back to or revisit the date when Mr. Kurti and Mr. Kaciu died. I understood from what you explained today that your memory was helped with the photographs of the gravestones of those two that we saw earlier. And in this context, I wonder, do you know how the families were given the dates that appear on those gravestones?
Those were known. On the 12th of April, there was offensive there, and they died in the evening. And their families were not very far. They found out quite shortly after that they no longer had their loved ones alive. So this date is not easy to forget by family members, but also by friends and acquaintances.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, you yourself first explained that you thought it was the 22nd of April, and you also explained then later that you now link it to the 12th. Though, how do you remember that it was the 12th of April and not the 11th, given that we have as a starting point those two gravestones in the first place, and we saw them earlier, and you yourself pointed to the fact that one actually featured the 11th of April.
Aty më siguri është bo që neve
It is probably what we or you call a technical mistake, either by the worker who engraved the dates on the gravestone or by someone who did not know, because it is very true that they died in the same minute. Maybe one died a half a minute earlier or after, but they died on the same day. So they both died not on the 11th, but on the 12th.
Thank you for that, Mr. Witness. Now, I would like to change to one further aspect that is much later, and that is today in the transcript, page 55. You explained to us that you gave or talked to the defense counsel a second time, in which then corrections were made as to the date that we discussed just now, from the 22nd of April to the 12th of April. And in this context, you mentioned, and here we'll find this on page 55 of today's transcript, line 25, and the subsequent page on top, that the family members were also offended, that the dates got confused. Here, I would like to know, when did you speak, or did you speak to the family members after you spoke to the defense? When was that? Where and why did you speak to those two families?
I did not speak to them. There was no reason for me to speak to them. I realized that it was a mistake, and now either they have to change the grave stone, and you need money for that, and probably the family does not have the means to do that. But I did not contact the family members of the deceased, because if you contact the families, then it may lead to a problem. You need to help them, and it may bring many other things.
Okay, I understand, but in that context, and now here, I would like to quote again from the transcript on page 55, starting in line 24, when you were asked about the corrections to the defense statement. I spoke to my people in the village and to the family members, because the family members were also offended that the dates got confused. It wasn't intentional. There was nothing malicious about that. It was just a matter of putting number 1 instead of number 2. And here, just to be clear, this is end of quote, just to be clear from my side, again, this is not about suggesting any intentional mistakes, but trying to understand why you refer to speaking to the family members if you haven't.
që të përkthimi.
The translation, I spoke to family members with one family member. In Kosovo, the family members is in general. And when you say I spoke to one member, it means that you spoke to one of members of that family. But when you say with the family members, it means that you went to their house and you spoke to them. So we contacted with one of those young men and we discussed this, but not with the family, because that family includes parents, wife, children, everybody. So there is a distinction when you say we spoke to family members. That person, for example, particular person of the family, if need be, can speak to the father or to the brother and so on.
Okay, I understand you didn't speak to the entire family, but only to one person. But why did you speak to a member, one member of the Kurti or Kachi families, Kachiu families?
It was a mix-up of dates. Bedriu and Kachiu died in the same moment. And therefore, to tell you the truth, they themselves did not notice.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
Microphone, please.
Victims Counsel, Defense Counsel, do you wish to proceed with the redirect examination of the witness?
Microphone.
Is good this? Yeah, okay. Only one question regarding to this answer of regarding these two dates. I want to clarify, it is date, meaning date that is on grave or date 22nd of the...
You don't have to justify. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Zoti dëshmitar.
Question, Mr. Witness, to the question of the Victims' Counsel, you said that you contacted family members in relation to the mistake with the date. When you say date, do you mean the dates engraved on the gravestone or the dates that you gave the defense counsel? Answer, I'm referring to the dates on the gravestone.
Don't have further question, thank you.
Thank you, Defense
Fine,
Counsel.
there is Zoti dëshmitar.
Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Let us see. Madam Prosecutor, would you like to proceed with the rejoinder examination of the witness?
No, thank you, Your Honors, nothing further.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel?
No, thank you, Your Honours.
Very well. Then it's the turn for the panel. Mr. Netchi, you have been asked several questions by the Defense Counsel and the Prosecutor and the Victims' Counsel, and I ask you to bear a little bit more because the panel would like to receive some further clarification on just a few issues, and for that I will give the floor to my colleague on my left-hand side. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Judge. Mr. Nerechi, I hope I don't pronounce I hope I pronounce more or less correctly your name, and forgive me if I don't do it very well. I will refer to your statement to the defense at DSM 00062, where you explain that you drove Mr. Salih Mustafa in a red Golf from Barileve back to a village in Golak, and you explained that that village was Radachev. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Do you tell us what happened in Radachev?
Radashevts.
In Radashevsk, we stopped there. I saw a tractor loaded with soldiers who were going to Vranidol. When I was informed that they were going to Vranidol, I got off the car and got on the tractor that was going to the point where I was going back to.
Okay. I am also interested in what happened with Salih Mustafa when you dropped him in Radashev, because in your statement to the defense, you said, yes, he met there with other soldiers and took him with another vehicle and left. So do I understand well that there was a vehicle which was used by Mr. Mustafa in Radashev?
Yes, but whose vehicle it was, that I don't know. It was in that yard, and they said, we will go with this vehicle. It's more suitable for the terrain in that part.
Do you remember which kind of vehicle was it?
Yeah.
No.
Do you remember if he took that vehicle with other people? Was there other soldiers with him taking that vehicle?
Probably there were, but now, because I hastened a bit, I believe there were, because I don't think that he left on his own. The tractor was not waiting for me, so I hurried to get on the tractor and go back to my point.
When you speak about another vehicle more adapted to the terrain, you mean from the terrain which was from Radashev to Slash?
Yes, for that terrain, although I did not know it at the time, and I don't know it to this day. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. How much time did it take you to go back to Barileve in tractor?
We left in the evening by vehicle, and we arrived in the morning after it dawned.
Okay, so it took you the night to go by tractor from Radashev to Barileve.
It was not the entire night. We spent half of the night to get there. So the way to and the way back took the entire night.
Okay, so from Barileve to Radashev, and then back in tractor from Radashev to Barileve, it was the entire night.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. I have another question, which is in relation with your, again, the same statement at DSM 00064. The question was the following. Did Salih Mustafa ever tell you anything about the situation in Slash? No, and your answer was no, not with him, but with other soldiers. Geographically, we are far from Slash. Then the following question was, what was being discussed with other soldiers about Slash? And then you said, we discussed with these soldiers about how it was their in. But you don't develop. Could you develop today? What did you discuss with these soldiers about what was in Slash?
Not only with them, but with all other groups or persons whom we met. The only discussion that was made was, are all of you okay? Is there any victim? Is there any food? Do you have enough clothes? Because there were many who did not have clothes. They were poorly clothed, only in socks. So this was our major concern. So the main discussions we had amongst each other was how to survive the winter.
But my question was more about the situation in Slash. The only thing you discussed about Slash was clothes and food?
That's very correct, because there, that was very far, that location, and the food was scarce. So our main concern was how to make it possible for them to get food supplies.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further question, Madam Presiding Judge. Thank you very much, Mr. Nreshi.
Thank you. Mr. Nrechi, we have arrived at the end of your testimony. Yeah. And I would like to thank you for the efforts you have put in giving your testimony, and I believe it will help us to further try to find the truth. I wish you a safe trip home, and again, thank you very much. Madame Court Usher will usher you out of the courtroom, and I remind you that you shall not discuss your statement you have given before the specialist chamber with anyone. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Greetings to all of you, including Salim Mustafa.
Thank you. Tomorrow we will continue at 9:30 with, oh, you will, but I was going to ask you, don't worry, with witness 800, but before that I want to do my usual round to see if there's something important we should discuss. Madam Prosecutor.
Nothing from our side, Your Honor, thank you.
Victims' Counsel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, Your Honor. That concerns some practical scheduling matter. As I see it now, and getting one person a day, that would mean that we would end on the 6th of May if I follow the schedule of April and then the schedule of May. And the question that I have concerns the tentative schedule in the period of 11th and 13th of May. I received earlier a message in the beginning of March regarding that, and that said the following, that 4, 5, and 6 of May are court dates, and then in the week after it is 11 May, and then 12 and 13 May are tentatively. And what the defense is asking is, could we get maybe tomorrow any light on that week, so that we know where we stand on that week?
Your request is the week of the 11th of May?
Yes.
What the exact court dates will be?
Yeah, because there is 2 dates apparently tentative, 12 and 13, and if it would be only one day, I just wonder what it would be. Second question would be, if if the witnesses are going in the tempo that we have now, meaning that we would end on the 6th of May, then what actually would be done after the 6th of May? What would be possibly the next thing that would be happening in that week? It's just a matter of scheduling for us. It's important because team members come and go, so we just wanted to know how and what.
We will give you further information on this. We have given information for the month of April, and we have tentative dates for the month of May, but we first had to see how it was proceeding with the witnesses and at what pace, but you will be informed in due time. Very well. Thank you for your remarks. Very well. Then we see each other tomorrow at 9:30. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.